Good morning, pool fans from wherever you're watching. We're back again, live with the action, as today we will be following the Women's EuroTour here in Assen, the Predator Dutch Open. And the two women in the spotlight here in this match who will we be following is none other than, well, I can't think of a other word than to call her the greatest from Netherlands. She's carried and represented Netherlands in terms of female pool play. She's done it all, won it all, a household name, looking to make a statement win and go as deep as possible in this tournament. It's a full field. The entry limit was 64 players. Well, 64 players participated, signed up, and as Tamara just won the leg, got this match underway. But the three-point rule is in operation, and although she did pot a ball on the break, it's not a legal break. So her opponent, Shantel Stadler from Germany, immediately with a scoring opportunity, failed to pot the one. No harm done just yet, because as you can see, the layout is far from conventional, to put it like that. So for both players, there's gonna be some sort of a tactical exchange, because to clear out from this inning, you would need more than 2 or 3 perfect positional shots. So it'll be interesting to see how Tamara will navigate with this situation. Tamara trying to pick out where to send the 2 ball. As we've said throughout this tournament, when you're playing safe, when you're trying to put your opponent in trouble, it's not only about focusing on the cue ball. You really want to also take care of the object ball. And you know what? I'll tell you one thing. She's also developed the 5 and a 6. So would she create a chance or a forced error, as we would call it? Now the table is inviting to be cleared. However, that's worked out as a treat by Shantel. She played it with such a pace to basically keep the cue ball on that side of the table. So I'm inclined to say that was perfectly executed. You always need a little bit of luck, because there's no way to guarantee you're going to hit the object ball exactly where you want it, but that's definitely what she went for. Shantel getting another bite at the cherry. On the screw, the cue ball here, it's a bit thinner on the 3 than she would have wanted, so she can definitely pot this, and I don't think the pot will be too much of a difficulty, but it's about controlling the cue ball. It's going to go away, it's going to go up table, so she needs to dedicate to where she wants to place her cue ball, either all around, just like that, with a lot of pace, and that is played to perfection. Although, having said that, again, the thin cut here on the 5 is once again a little bit thinner. Again, with the previous shot, it's not about putting it. I'm pretty sure that's not too difficult for her, but to control the cue ball is the main part of the shot here. And that's the thing, when Whenever you're faced with a thin cut, the cue ball is always going to do some mileage. And this 6 shot is a pressure shot, all right. If she can pass this test, she should be on her way to win the first rack of this match. A long way to go, of course. It's a race to 9, as you can see. Well, just mentioned it. It was a pressure shot. And if you're wondering, when you're looking at the scoreboard, it says SE, which stands for single elimination. So whoever loses, it's end of the tournament for them. First real scoring opportunity here for Tamara. Of course, she did play safe after her first few pots. This now is a realistic chance to get a first rack on the board. A lovely positional shot here on the 9, nice in close range. I was just going through some of the performances in the past by Shantel Stadler. So far, her best finishing spot in the Women EuroTour has been a quarterfinal. As we pay attention to this rack here, after a lovely break by Tamara. Doesn't need to do a lot with a cue ball, just make sure you drop this 2 ball in with the right amount of pace. Such is the angle, probably, well, she's jacking up. She could have, I was thinking maybe she'd just roll it in for the 3 in the bottom right. This is also an option, of course. Nicely executed. The angle is a little bit high, so might have to go in and out in between the gap of the 6 and the 5. Check the cue ball with some left side spin. I think she's looking to screw past on the right side of the 5 and the 9. A little bit riskier that way. Yeah, so she was in fact trying to screw past the other side of the 5. However, it's still okay. She's got a good angle on the 4 to work with. And even in this shot, she doesn't have to do a whole lot with the cue ball. If you can just guarantee that you pot the 4, draw it a little bit back, or, well, it's looking like she's going forward. Just to narrow the angle a little bit. It's enough to work with. The nudge on the 6 was unintentional, so I don't foresee the pot on the 6 to be too much of a problem for her, but it's whether about she can avoid running into the 9. Desperately wants to avoid running into the 9 because the 8 is all the way on the other side of the table. Needs to get a good grip on the cue ball here. Well, she in fact calculated the contact with the 9, knew she couldn't avoid the 9, made sure she would hit it with enough spin and pace in the cue ball, send it up table. That was a lovely shot by Tamara. The cue ball is a bit heavy. Well, stopped in time. It was tracking towards the corner pocket. Tamara with a clean start, 2-0 up. Converted both of her breaks. Of course, the first one, her opponent did have 2 chances, failed to capitalize on it. And when you're playing Tamara, such as her pedigree, you can't afford to let slip of chances. Any chances she gives you for free, you really want to punish her, put her under pressure, because as soon as she gets in her flow, she's a tough opponent to stop. Not so sure how much proportion of the 1 Tamara can see here. She can definitely see an edge at the left side of the 1. Might have to be a safety return over the distance. Oh, she's playing the dumb shot. That's always there. Executed perfectly. Got the cover. So Shantel needs to at least hit 1 rail, maybe even 2, to make contact with the 1. That one safety by Tamara developed this or created this chance. I mean, sure, Chantal should be disappointed with her safety escape, but nevertheless, Chantal did what she had. Tamara did what she had to do, executed the safety nicely. This is gone wrong, I believe. Not so sure whether she can get to the. Not so sure if she can get to the potting angle now. So the positional play has been a little bit rusty by Tamara so far. She's spotted pretty much everything she's gone for, but even in the previous leg there were a couple of unintentional nudges on the cue ball, and it's completely normal, of course. These arena tables play completely different than the outside tables, so it does take a couple of shots to get used to, and it's all fun and games when you're warming up, but it's not the same. You don't, well, most of the players don't play the warm-ups with the same intensity, the same rigorous pre-shot routine as they would do throughout the match. So that's why it always takes a couple of shots to get used to. The 4 will pass the 8, but the biggest threat here is the top left corner pocket with the cue ball. The natural angle will send the cue ball very close to that top left corner pocket, so that's something that she needs to deal with as well simultaneously on this shot. Tamara called an extension, so if you're wondering, these matches are supervised by a match official who will keep the shot clock. The shot clock is in operation, so both players have 30 seconds to execute a shot. Each player has one timeout per rack, and after the break you've got 60 seconds to play your first shot. And Tamara realized the pot was no real value, too risky, and has executed the safety once again. Very good indeed. It's a 9.7 out of 10, I would say. If the cue ball was absolutely glued to the 8, it would have made it a 10 out of 10. But still, you can see it was a very tough escape. And once again, Tamara forces an error of her opponent by a very good safety indeed. I think the safer route is to go below the 9, around the 9. If you're just trying to go past the 6, any sort of contact can completely ruin the next shot, the positional side of the shot. This way, you see, even when she hit the 9 there, it's not ideal, but she's still got a shot here on the 5. I don't know whether that would have been the case if the other way around, if she would have hit the 6 going for that route. Probably that would have been end of visit. Yeah, she'll be disappointed because it was ball in hand, and making contact with the 9 is not something we're used to seeing from Tamara. It's something I picked up so far. Her cue ball is not as clinical as it usually is. Still early days, of course. I'm sure she'll make the adjustments. but immediately she gets another great opportunity to increase her lead. And I think 6 does pass the 9 in the same corner pocket as she's gonna pot the 5. So just screw it past the 6 would be enough. Try to hold it. That's why she's trying to pot the 5 thickish, trying to hold and use the whole pocket for the 6. Left her cue ball a bit short here on this 7. The cue ball will have to do some traveling now. And it is okay, but that extra foot or 2 longer on the 8 just makes the positional shot a bit harder. The difficulty of the shot becomes slightly higher, but has to be said, she's done well there. Needs to apply herself on this 9 ball. Still needs to putt this. Yeah, that's painful. That's painful. It's Tamara who survives the scare. She had 2 great chances in this rack. And, well, in the third time offering, she didn't hesitate. And that's actually devastating for Shantel, knowing for a fact she should have won this rack. Even in the first rack, she had 2 chances. Here, after gifting Tamara with failed safety attempts, multiple chances, which with one of them ball in hand, she got a great chance there, and yeah, that's very tough to take on the chin. Needs to re-establish herself here. She could do by winning this rack and just try to put back the previous errors out of her system, out of her mind. Unfortunately, that was a dry break. And this table, as you can see, it's wide open. Yeah, possibly the 5 is a danger in playing position for the 2 ball. Well, in her previous attempt for the 1 in the same pocket, I did mention the 5 could possibly be a danger zone in playing position on the 2. That's exactly what's happened here. It is a chance, has to be said, but given the circumstances, Shantel has had multiple chances. If you're Tamara sitting in your chair, there's still a little bit of hope. You're not 100% convinced that she's going to convert this chance. Not saying she's not capable, she's more than capable, in fact. But since she's missed several opportunities, we all know if you play the game long enough, it's a mental thing more than anything. When you start second guessing yourself, the pressure just compounds, and the game can be very ridiculously easy at times, but it can equally be the hardest thing ever, particularly if you're struggling. Safety shot. It's still a snooker, but she would have loved to have the cue ball a little closer to the 5. Would have made this safety attempt a lot harder, but nevertheless, so far it's been a pattern in this match. Every time Tamara plays safe, she tends to create a chance, which is a testament to her all-around knowledge of the game. Very solid in most departments. Well, not most, all departments actually. Once again, she creates a chance to offer safety. No problems at the table. All whites are nicely spread. Anything but straight on this 4 ball would do. That's good enough. Probably top this with some left side spin, just to check the cue ball off the top rail. That 7 ball is a little nuisance because it's hampering her cueing. It's the only tough part about this shot. But I think she can just roll this 5 in. Doesn't have to do anything extravagant with her cue ball. Just make sure of the pot, just like that. Nicely done. You can see the natural angle would take the cue ball back to the other side of the table, and well, with this, she's got multiple options on the 6 ball. She can hit it a bit firmer, screw back a little bit for the 7 in the same pocket. But she can also try to hold the cue ball. Opted to go forward, same principle, 7 in the same corner pocket, nicely executed. And the 8 ball being where it is, she doesn't have to smash this 7 ball in, go all around the table. She could easily opt to, well, you can see where she's trying to leave the cue ball a little higher. Doesn't need to go all the way down the table and make this shot a bit tougher. The more experienced players usually tend to keep it simple at the table. For instance, that 7 ball, maybe a little less experienced player would try to squeeze the best possible position, force it in with a lot of pace. She's so experienced to realize the 8 ball where it was sitting. No need to take any undue risks. As Tamara puts that 9 ball, takes a 4-0 lead. Now it's her inning to break twice. Well, I just summed up a couple of Chantal's earlier on the program, some of her best performances. So I had a quick look, and I must say I was almost presuming Tamara's won a EuroTour. She's been in a couple of finals, a couple of semifinals, so she's always been towards the business end of these, well, high-profile tournaments. Yet to win one, so on home soil, who's to say she won't win her first right here? But most recently, she's finished second in the 2024 Hayball, the Women's Championships Hayball. If you're wondering what the Hayball is, it's what a lot of people refer to as Chinese 8 ball. So it's probably one of the reasons she's not played as many EuroTours in recent times. But to finish up second in that division, because that is a game that's now rising in popularity, particularly in Asia. So that's a very impressive achievement in itself. Multiple medals in the European Championships. Household name, like I said. That cue ball is in, yeah. It's going all the wrong direction for Chantal. She's having a horrible time so far out in the arena. Not a lot is going for her. But that's usually the case in pool. We have this superstitiousness that the pool gods never tend to forget. She's had several chances in this match, failed to convert any of them, and then what happens usually is feels like the balls are turning against you, not getting rolls. In that safety attempt, she could have easily maybe hit the 9 or hit the jaws and it wouldn't have dropped, but that was the worst possible outcome. Tamara intentionally playing for this 3-9 combination. It would be a quick win of this rack. As it goes in nice and safely. Just the start that Tamara was after on home soil. Home favorite, of course. On the other side, in our other featured match, provided with live commentary fully free on our YouTube channel, you've got Kamila Hodjeva versus Lena Primus from Austria. They're battling it out, and the winner of that match will face the winner of this match in the quarterfinals. So that's looking also like a great fixture in prospect. But let's not forget, it's a race to 9. So as far as Chantal Stadler is concerned, there's a lot of pool to be played in this match. She'll try her absolute best to spoil the party for the Dutch pool fans. I think Chantal is looking at the 4-9 combination bang shot, because the line she's looking at is trying to basically bang the 9 ball, but obviously she's got to hit the 4 first. Advantageous shot with a little bit of safety in mind involved. She's trying to set a cue ball in such an area. Great shot. Ooh. If that cue ball would have dropped, that would have been disastrous, but perfectly executed. And I'm sure she'll be relieved after having had multiple chances. After the 6th rack, she puts her first rack on the board, and it's never too late. If she can produce 2 good break and runs, she can apply a bit of pressure on Tamara. One thing is for certain, of course, she needs to plow on, keep racking up the points on the board. That was a legal break by Chantal, and she did manage to pot a ball of a break. This opening shot here, regardless of the difficulty of the shot, have a look at where the 2 ball is sitting. So genuinely wondering whether it's worth taking the attacking option. She thought better of it, played safe. The only problem with this safety is either the rail escape as well as the jump is pretty feasible. I'm not so sure whether Tamara's covered the one. I'm inclined to think she's left the pot, although from this picture, no, she's covered the one. She has. These type of wrecks are also very fascinating to follow, of course. I mean, the tactical side of the game is literally like a chess game. You're constantly trying to exploit any sort of weaknesses attacking your opponent, trying to outmaneuver them, outsmart them. So it's a fascinating part of the game, and so far, Tamara has the best of it in this match. She's got a chance to pot this one and disturb it too, but it's a very tough shot indeed for Shantel. That's exactly what she went for, and she did manage to free the two, but no easy pot on the two. Might have to play safe. That was a attempt at the pot. She didn't play safe there. But unfortunately, the pot was very difficult indeed, and in all fairness, didn't really threaten the pocket. Now, be interesting to see how much of the three ball. Well, she can pot this three ball in the bottom right corner pocket. I think maybe she can even just drop it in the middle and just accept an angle on the four. But for positional purposes, trying to pot it in the bottom right corner pocket is a lot easier. And I think just the pot in general is a bit easier as well. As long as you don't smash it in, just like that. She's retrieved the situation immediately. One good positional shot from the 4 to the 6 should seal the deal in this rack. Oof, grossly underhit that. That was, well, uncharacteristic from her side. She's gonna play the dump shot. Cue ball to the left side of the table, 6 to the right side. Yeah, didn't execute it perfect this time around. So she'll be disappointed. The cueing on the 4 ball was well below her standard. And if you're Chantal, you'd be delighted to even be at the table. That was the most obvious shot, and of course, by Chantal. Had that 9 and the 8 ball to block the 6. So far, you'd have to say it's advantage Chantal. It's quite a steep angle, so ideally you want to put the 8 ball in the bottom right corner pocket. She might have to go around 3 rails for the 8 in the bottom middle pocket from this angle. Oh, try to hold it. And this is an awkward shot. This is a very awkward shot indeed. So much so, there is an argument to say maybe the bank shot is even easier. This is a cut in a blind pocket, as we call it. She cannot see the pocket in the line of her eye. She's probably gonna hit the 9 as well. This is a very tough shot. Oh, she's lost the cue ball. Well, that's end of rack. Like I said it on the 6, I thought it was a bit easier to play it a bit harder. As you could see, if the line of the cue ball, if she would have played it harder for the 8 ball in the left center pocket, I don't think the situation would have occurred. She still managed to pot the 8, but the, such was the angle, she couldn't really control or guarantee to control the cue ball. Once again, Tamara off with a scare. She gifted her opponent with a great chance. That's been the storyline of this match so far. It's not like Shantel hasn't had chances. She's had multiple good chances, but failed to capitalize on them, and that's why the scoreline is as it is. This time around, Chantal produces her best break of the match after having had to suffer multiple disappointments. This could be the time where she produces a very clean break and run. Maybe too little too late, but who's to say? You can only do what's presented in front of you. Pot the balls. Break was very encouraging indeed, so hopefully she can convert this chance and still mentally keep her hopes alive. Let's not forget, it's the last 16, single elimination, so any loss is the end of the tournament. She's got an angle to work with here. She can stun the cue ball, stun screw the cue ball for the 5 in the same corner pocket. Needs to incorporate enough power in the shot. Well, she's preferring the combination. The combination is very doable indeed. The only problem is sometimes you can lose the object ball, which in this case is the 5 ball. As long as the 5 can stay pretty much where the 8 is sitting, no problem at all. Nothing too fancy with that safety return by Chantal. Just made sure to create a lot of distance, trying to protect the object ball. Wondering whether Chantal thinks it's worth a risk to send the 5 ball twice across the table in the line of the 8 ball and try to use the 8 ball to block passage to the 5. It's a risky shot. She's got several options. Doesn't need to play that one, of course. She's lost her way a bit in this match, Chantal. Not saying that was an easy shot. Timing has ever so slightly abandoned her. A little fuller on the sixth than I think would have been ideal for her, so might have to play this with a bit more pace. Yeah, so she's done well considering where she was, but all of a sudden this shot becomes well and truly a pressure shot. These are not easy. Has to cue this very, very good indeed. Nicely done. As you could clearly see, Tamara signaling to the match official. She's taking her time out. 7-1 up. Just the start she wanted in this match. So she'll have 5 to 6 minutes to return to the table. We'll be back short to resume the action. as Mars just resumed the action here on table 2 after a timeout. Unfortunately, not a successful break for her. Does give us the opportunity to have a quick glance of what have been going on the other tables. Wendy Jans, which is a very, very tough candidate in this year's EuroTour, multiple world and European snooker champion. She's the first player to book her place in the quarterfinal. She won her match fairly easy, 9-2. Ina Kaplan versus Vivian Heine, all German affair. That's tied at 6-all. And on our other featured stream table, Lena Primus versus Kamila Hodjeva. It's the Austrian Lena Primus 5-3 up. That's the next opponent of the winner of this match. We've got Bojana Sarac versus Sabrina Hammer. She's 7-2 up. As well as the rest of the field. It's all very tight. 5-all, 4-all, 5-4. So most of the games are well imbalanced. It's only this and the other table, the 7-2, that there's a huge gap. Of course, if you want to follow the other proceedings, you can look at the link in the YouTube chat. You can find the draw and results and live scores as well. No need to do anything spectacular with a cue ball. Just use the natural angle, maybe a little trace of right hand spin for the 5 in the same corner pocket. Roll it in, pocket speed as we call it, just like that. Nicely done. We'll have to use 2 or 3 rails now, probably 2 rails. Go forward with a bit of right spin to leave yourself in a similar type of angle on the 6 as the cue ball is sitting now. Unfortunately, that's been the storyline of this match for Shantel Stadler. It's just one of those days, what can be considered as a horrible day at the office. I'm sure this is not a true reflection of her level of play, but we've all been there. Some days it just feels pointless, no matter what you try. Tamara was trying to visualize the perfect spot for the cue ball or for the 6. Left herself such an angle where she can play this with a medium, comfortable pace. Cross the table from side rail to side rail for the 7, as you can see in the right middle pocket. Could do with a nice angle on the 7 here, which would make the positional side of the shot for the 7 to the 8 pretty straightforward. Might have to go around the table of 3, possibly 4 rails. She's got a low angle on the 7, so has to go at least 3 rails, probably 4. That's why I said she could have done by leaving herself good on the 7. And now this 8 ball is a very annoying shot to take on. Very missable indeed. It's not the pot, of course, it's about the cue ball after it. Might have to go all around the table once more. Although, probably the sensible option is try to drop it in and accept the long pot on the 9. Well, she did try to go all around. And let's not forget the left middle pocket was also a danger. But all in all, having missed the 8 ball, she could not have left it much more awkward than what she's done. That was a very tough shot. She can't be too hard on herself for that. It's actually the easier chances prior in this match that hurt. That shot was missable by anyone in the history of the game. Might have to use her extension. Most of the players carry with them this little mini extension for shots like these. This to put herself on the hill. 8-1 up. She still has one more break left. So she could finish it up here on her, what could be the last break of this last 16 match. You can see Shantel pretty much checked out, looking at the other tables, see what's been going on the other tables. Yeah, it's a horrible spot to be in if you're in her position, 8-1 down, having had multiple chances. I suppose it's not completely unfair to want to go out of the arena as soon as possible. But as long as she gets opportunities at the table like this, all she can do is pot the ball in front of her and play good position and see whatever happens after that. Needs to decide how she wants to play position on the 5. I think the easiest solution is drop this 4 ball. Well, she's trying to play safe. Not so sure what's the point in playing safe if you're 8-1 down. I thought she could have dropped the 4 ball in and play for the 5-8 combination. She had a straightforward shot for the 4 in the bottom right corner pocket, but refused the pot because I can only presume she didn't fancy the 5-8 combination. Well, we are probably watching the last part of this match. Tamara trying to put these last 3 balls remaining at the table for what would be an emphatic victory. Has to be said, it was far from flawless, but did what she had to do. Overall, her safety game was one of her key components in this match as well. Of course, the putting and the clearing the table was very good as well. But the cue ball, it's not as pristine as I've been accustomed to watch her over the years. So I'm sure, even though she's won, or she will probably win this match, something that she can definitely improve on, and she's got all the tools to play good position. Bank shot for the win, just missed the middle pocket. Still has to wait. And that's likely to be the last shot of Shantel Stadler in this year's Predator EuroTour Dutch Open. And it is, in fact, the home soil favorite Tamara Rademakers through to the quarterfinals, where she will face the winner of Kamila Komatjeva versus Lena Primus. That's live on the other featured live stream table, so head on over that channel and see who Tamara will play next. For now, we'll be back at 11 for the next match. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the Predator Dutch Open. This is our next match for today, a quarter-final match in a pretty strong field in the women's division between Sandra Baumgartner from Austria and Daria Siranchuk from Ukraine. Pretty close leg there, referee checking to see which player can break off first. It's a race to 9. The game is 9-ball. The 9-ball will be racked on the spot. 3-point rule is in effect. And the players will be breaking per 2 racks. So it doesn't matter who wins the rack. It's alternate break per 2 games. Players will be racking their own. Sandra Baumgartner on the tour for quite a long time. Has had quite some success within Europe. Daria Siranchuk, quite young player still developing. Quite sure she'll have the results too in the future, or maybe now, who knows? Maybe now is the time. But not a great start to this match. Game up dry. No balls in. Illegal break also. So Sandra has the option to play herself or give it back from this position. It's not allowed to play the push out. But it looks like the 1 ball might be on. And if she can run into the 6, she will be on the 2 ball. Yeah, it did come up straight on the 2, so I had to play a stop shot, and now a difficult shot on the 3 ball. You could see she was looking at crossing over the cue ball all the way to the left to be able to still cut the 4, which eventually cost her at least this opportunity. I think it was super tough to get there. Still tough. I mean, the 4 ball is just in a really tricky position to get on. So probably shape near the 6 could work. Oh, did not see that coming. Finally get the shape on the 4 with the 5 ball in front of the corner. A little bit of a surprising miss. Just wondering, maybe a slight bit of body movement. If she moves her body forward, could push the 4 ball thicker. A little bit of a nervy start for both. I always like to make clear that for people at home, the first couple racks, it's always nice to get that first rack on the board. Players in some way, whenever they get that first game in, that's where they usually start to get way more comfortable. It's probably a confidence thing. Now, of course, we do have 3 other quarterfinals going on at the same time, so 4 total. Quite obvious. So that means I will try to keep you updated on all the scores at the same time. Pretty close, interesting matches. Ina Kaplan and Wendy Jans facing each other. Lena Primus, we just seen her beat Kamila Kojeva. She's up against Tamara Rademakers. Then this match, and then we have Bojana Sarac against Anna Gradisnik. So 4 matches. I think they're all very interesting matches, strong play. So it will be interesting to see who makes it to the semifinal. Tough shot on the 8. Nicely done. She is on the 9. This to open her account in this quarterfinal match. Daria Siranchuk. Yeah, I think this match started slightly earlier than the other quarterfinals. Seems to be the first match that finished the first rack. It's quite long, quite difficult tournament always. EuroTour, a lot of strong players, but also now the single elimination, they raised the race length to race to 9. Makes it more of a marathon, I would say. But overall, the better player wins in this format. Does make a ball on the break. This is her second break now in a row. Does have something on the 1, but even if she manages to get something on the 2 ball after, the 3 ball, really not that interesting. I mean, where to play the 3 ball in, except for maybe a bank. Yeah, will be interesting to see how she's gonna get to the 3 ball. Maybe banking the 3 ball 2 rails to the bottom left corner and stopping the cue ball behind the 7 for an option. I think that's what she tried to play, but she did cut the 3 ball quite a bit there. So some early nerves for Baumgartner. Well, and that is a very surprising miss. Was laying quite nice. Just had to float the 5 ball in to be on the 6. Now, safety probably. There's no bank available. The cut was very thin. I think she might have played this. Well, I was gonna say it's very close, but looks like there is a slight contact on the 5 ball possible. She might be looking at the cut, which is really aggressive. If you make the ball, you probably win the rack. It's easy to give away the game if you don't. And yeah, tough to say. I think she's played a good safety there behind the 9. Would be unfortunate if it just rolled far enough to leave it on, but she's kicking, so a good shot from Siranchuk. Well, Sandra seems to be very hard on herself there. I mean, I actually think she made a good hit on the 5. Was most likely to be on the 6. She has not left a shot on the 5 ball. Yeah, I was not trying to catch the 8. Played a good cut there on the 5, just trying to go in between the 9 and the 8 into the short rail and out. Now has landed quite awkward again, not impossible, but it's a big shot on this 6. And has to make sure not to scratch in the left side, left center pocket. Yeah, I have to say a little bit of a shaky start for Baumgartner. Still a long way to go. It's a race to 9, so has to make sure to stay calm. Still going to have plenty of chances. Because it's such a long race, you're always going to have opportunities. So no reason to be hard on yourself so early on already. A little longer 9 ball to double the lead. The 9 drops, so it is Siranchuk who takes the early advantage, winning 2 out of 2 on her own break. Next up, 2 breaks for Baumgartner. who looks a little bit low in energy in some way. I'm not sure what exactly could have caused that. Baumgartner, who beat Sylvia Lopez Fibla 9-6 in the previous round. Can be tough. I mean, imagine that must have been like a 2-hour match, and then right away to start this match off. Maybe she's a little bit tired. A lot of matches maybe. Maybe she went through the loser bracket, the one-loss side. If that's the case, she might have played a lot of matches, but she did come through to the winner's side of the bracket. Yeah, it does make a ball on the break, but as you can see, only the 2-ball passed the break string, the head string. 3-point rule is in effect, so 1 ball in the pocket and 1 ball passing the line is only 2 points. Quite a lot of angle on the 2. Has to bring the cue ball back to the center of the table. Oh, look at the scratch. Nice for Sandra to get a couple balls in. Ball in hand definitely gives someone the chance to get some feeling for the table, maybe some rhythm. Needs the cue ball to slow down. Slightly more angle on this 6-ball than she wanted to have. And mainly just because of the 7-ball could get tricky. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball, just make the 7-ball. Yeah, perfect. She looked quite off the first 2 racks, but now this 9 to pull one back with a nice run out after that scratch from Daria. And there it is. So nice clean run out from Baumgartner, who gets going now. Will be breaking once again. Oh, and after a nice run out, she does make a good break. Nice little impact on the balls. Slight bit of cut. So the wing ball dropping. Does have shape on the one. Like I mentioned, Sandra, who really has a lot of experience under her belt, has also played some really big international events. Also the World 10 Ball Championship, I believe, in Klagenfurt. Might be mistaken there, but I do know she's been on the tour for such a long time. Won't be easy for Siranchuk to sweep her off the table. Well, that cue ball ran slightly far. Yeah, tough shot. Not just pocketing the ball, but also had to kill the cue ball in between the 4 and the 5. Straight in stop shot. Nice and smooth. Like I mentioned, the first couple racks are always going to be somewhat of a struggle. But now starting to strike the ball a lot better, both of them. Just slightly on the rail here. As you can see, she can still jack up with where she was laying with the side pocket, but that also was awkward. She's getting slightly awkward every shot she's playing. Won't be having a straight in 9, I feel like. Or she jacking up to stop the cue ball? Yeah, she is. Oh, nice cueing. Nicely done. She proved me wrong there. She's almost straight on this 9. So, nice run out from Siranchuk. Good reply. 3-1 leading now. Both players quite pacey around the table. Nice to watch. Not saying it's always the most effective to play fast, but definitely for spectators they seem to be more a fan of watching the more rhythmic style players. Well, interesting, quite aggressive. Yeah, tough shot. Not just making the ball, but the judge, the cannon after 5 was tough. I mean, they're leaving each other difficult shots too. Like now it's maybe challenging to leave yourself a good angle on the 2 to get to the 3 ball. Straight would not be the worst thing, but now she got awkward queuing over the 6. Well, she got the nudge. I think it has worked out quite nice. Not what she was planning to play, but at least she got the hook, and now Sandra will have to make the 2 and possibly draw back the cue ball for the 3 ball. Has done the second part. Not the first part, but she won't be complaining. This is quite the hook. Jump cue not there. Difficult one to hit. I think the 4 or the 8 might be in between. And kicking over the left side. Don't think she has the full ball actually to hit. Wow, good shot. Oh, good hit from Siranchuk on the kick, but has left another run-out opportunity for Sandra, who she manages to get from the 4 to the 5. I could see a slight comeback coming up soon. Feel like she's been stepping it up better and better now in this match. She's starting to look more solid. Yeah, like I mentioned, to get from the 4 to the 5, that was the biggest challenge. Well, she's got more angle on the 7. Not sure whether she can play with low left and still hold the cue ball for the 8 in the bottom left. It only goes to the bottom left, so not a big fan of cutting the 7 to the top right corner in this view. Well, the good news is she has not sold out the whole rack, but not too sure about that for a safety shot. Well, she's looking at going really aggressive, playing the 8-9 carom, but I was wondering why would she not just play stop shot behind the 8-9, but look at this for a roll. Oh, and she did not get over the ball. Gives ball in hand to Sandra, makes the 8. So it's like everything made a lot easier for the Austrian to win this rack. Yeah, so pulling one more back. 3-2 now. Let's have a little look across the room. Let's see what's going on with the other quarterfinal matches. Very interesting. Almost every match being 3-2, except for Ina Kaplan and Wendy Jans. Score 3 each. Lena Primus and Tamara Rademakers. Lena 3-2. Then of course this match, Daria 3-2 up against Sandra Baumgartner. And then Bojana Sarac is 3-2 up against Anna Gradisnik. All races to 9, so still a long way to go. Full field with 64 players in the Women's Open. And imagine, at the same time, of course, they have had the Saigon 9-ball, the Predator Saigon Women's Open in Vietnam, and there was also a couple Europeans there. So we have a full field here, and even more not playing actually in this tournament. Well, a little bit of an interesting turnout there for Wendy. Former World Snooker Champion in the women's division. I think she's won almost every title. Just not sure if she's actually joined the Pro Tour. I'm not sure if they ever gave her a wild card to do that. I don't think you can actually automatically get on the World Snooker Tour. That was a great bank, but you could see her shake her head. It's unfortunate not to get something on that 9, even though sending the cue ball that way. Is she going for another bank towards the corner with safety in mind to the short rail? Yeah, I think that's what she's played. But the problem is, it just doesn't straighten up coming in from that angle out on the second rail. So it was difficult. It was either play a good safety or go all in on the bank. Yeah, currently waiting for Sandra Baumgartner to come back. She chose to take her timeout early. So, Baumgartner back in the arena. Let's see what we have. This is the last break for Siranchuk. Hit him nice. This is what I like to see. Just unfortunate, the one ball getting a couple bumps. No future. Well, just no, it was on. I was not sure whether it was on, yes or no. But she could have grabbed the jump cue as well, so kind of obvious. Now to the bottom side of the 3 ball. Yeah, gave herself a nice little angle on this 3 ball to at least get off the rail. She's looking to draw back for the 5 in the side. I probably would just stun the ball off the rail, stun forward. Maybe 2 balls off the rail is fine. Easy to come too short or too long on the side pocket, and that's where you start to travel the cue ball more. Well, she did land nice, so things worked out. Well, 3 rails shape, a low left spin from 7 to 8. Quite natural. Safest way to move the cue ball around. Yeah, of course, this is now day 4 of the Predator Dutch Open EuroTour. Tables getting a lot more play. So the cloth definitely not as new as it was in the beginning. So the rails not that slidey. They react slightly different here and there. But she did land perfect on this 9. So we're gonna be at 3 each. And you would say the timeout has worked for her because she came back. She put on a nice run out here. Well, plenty of balls going in this time. 2 balls in. And look at the shape on the 2. It will be difficult to hold the cue ball for the 3 into the 4. Could play the 2 ball in the top right and bring the cue ball 2 rails for the 3 ball in the left center. In that case, you can let the cue ball go a little bit. You can just focus on executing and the aiming on the 2 and put a nice solid stroke on there. Yeah, tough shot that was, though. A little bit of a blind cut. Well, gotta be careful. Doesn't want to lose the cue ball and the object ball here. Easy to not hit the 4 ball full, and then the 3 ball could slide to the short rail, for example. Well, that nudge really didn't do her too well. I don't think she's on the 5 ball anymore. So now safety behind the 9 needs like a little stun run. And she's put the 5 in front of the side pocket. Things going downhill for Siranchuk. Yeah, and these mistakes from Siranchuk, they also make Sandra a little bit more comfortable around the table, which is dangerous. She's now come back from 3-1 down and could overtake the match. Oh, she completely hit that wrong. Did not have to do anything with the cue ball, so just surprised. Maybe some nerves, maybe she didn't align nicely, or just not sure what could have caused that, but I know it's gonna cause Siranchuk to win this rack, get the lead once again. So Siranchuk now leading 4-3. Baumgartner breaking the second of the two. Got the break slightly thin, and that's where the wing ball usually gets kissed by the traffic. So a dry break and the open shot for Siranchuk. It's interesting. Last match I felt like I seen not so many shapes after the break. So most of the time the one ball landed in a position where it was not available. Now this match, actually the one is, or the first shot after the break is quite available. It's just the shapes are a little bit difficult at times. Did she leave that two ball on? Was close. Could have had a better result actually. Don't think she's kicked it that bad. Sandra checking to see if the 6-7 combination is available. I would say there is a 6-7 combination, but you will have to get to the bottom side of the 6. So some traveling to do from the 5 to the combination, and then we'll see what you're gonna get. Oh, she's playing for the 6 in the bottom right. The set. Well, it could be definitely an option. She has a better view on this than I do, I guess. Slight bump into the 9, but she is on the 6 and doesn't have to do too much. I mean, if from the other angle it looked like the 6 does go, and it's going to push the 7 over to the bottom left corner. So really not too much to do. Just try to get angle on the 7 to be able to get to the 8 ball. Straight would be, well, maybe not impossible, but it would be a very difficult shot to get to the 8 still. And I think she might be able to go 3 rails forward now. Top right spin. Yeah, did pocket the 8 slightly thicker, so cue ball a little short. Would have been nice to be close to the 9, of course, but it's okay though. Almost straight in 9, and this to tie the score at 4. Yeah, so far this match looking quite level. No real favorite so far. I think both of them are have been playing good shots, good kicking. Has been working hard on the break. Just nothing really giving them much. I think so far just a quite 50-50 match. Will be difficult to pick a winner. Yeah, what to play? Is she going aggressive? Not thinking so. Just to roll up on the 8-9. Now, she did play it well. The only thing that would have been absolutely perfect is if the cue ball could be closer to the 8. Just takes away the options a bit. Could now go 2 rails around the 7. She's looking at going over the short rail. Yeah, that's the easiest hit is definitely the one over the bottom short rail. Was a possibility for Siranchuk to nestle up closer to the balls. On the other side, she did manage to get a great opportunity out of it. Yeah, it's gonna bring the cue ball in front of the side for the 6. Or at least that's what she was looking at, but not sure if she did get the cue ball there. Could give her that little bit more of cueing on the ball. Oh, and this could land behind the 8. This has to hold up. Yeah, things really not getting easy for either of them. Difficult shot, this is a 7. Does come with big shape though. If the 9 doesn't come into play. Well, similar to the 7 ball. Needs another one of those. Yeah, so Sandra Baumgartner gets the job done. A couple difficult shots, but managed to grind through it. Has now officially taken the first lead in this match, 5-4. A great moment for Siranchuk to take her timeout. No more timeouts in this match for them too. So that means I'm gonna take a little break as well. But I promise I'll be right back with the remainder of the set. In the meantime, have a quick look at Ina Kaplan and Wendy Jans here on the other TV table. Score now 7-3 Ina. So 7-4, excuse me. So score completely changed over there. I'll be right back with the remainder of the results and with the remainder of the set. And welcome back everybody to the Predator Dutch Open in Assen, the Netherlands. It's a quarterfinal match between Daria Siranchuk and Sandra Baumgartner. Siranchuk who had the lead overall in this match, but now first time Sandra has the lead. She's up 5-4. In the commentary booth, Tim de Ruiter trying to go over all the shots, but so far I think has been very interesting. Quite the back and forth action in this match. Now Siranchuk making 2 balls on the break, but just no other ball passing the kitchen line, the break box line. Should say break string, probably. So that's why Sandra got to the table, but she opted to give it back to Siranchuk. In the meantime, Ina Kaplan now on the hill against Wendy Jans, 8-5. Bojana Sarac, 6-3 up against Anna Gradisnik. And Lena Primus versus Tamara Rademakers, 5 each. Well, not the most difficult layout from here. Prime shape on the 6. Think we could definitely see this match go all the way. Just don't take your eye off the shot. It's going to hurt if you make a mistake on these kind of balls, on these kind of shots. Oh. Yeah, but what can you say at some point? I mean, this not a shot that she's supposed to miss. Shape on the 4 wasn't too tough. The shape from the 3 to the 4 on this shot is a lot tougher. Low left. No, she tried to go around the balls. It's so tough and she's gonna be hooked. Or does she have the window? She might actually have the window in between the 8-5, but it's a bit of a roll. Yeah, missed the 4 ball. Just quite some distance, at least on this 4. And will be difficult to hold the cue ball near the 5. You're always going to run far from the 5 ball. And the 6 might not go by the 9. It might be just okay. No, it does go, so that's good news. And she could play for 7-9 combination. Could also drop this in soft, but there's players out there that really do not like the softish stroke. Well, that works too. Moved the 9 ball out of the way a bit. 7 passes now. Yeah, a little bit surprised she tried to go forward off this 7 ball. Could have stopped the cue ball and just only take a little bit more cut on the 8. She's still on the 8 ball though, so it should be fine, but that could have landed a little funny. Could have been queuing over the 9, for example. What? I might be complaining just a slight bit too much. In the end, it's all about the result, and the result is there. Does tap the table though, felt a little bit lucky in this run. But the initiative back again with Ukrainian. She's up 6-5. Now Sandra will have another break. The best thing she could do on her own break is to get the match level, 6 each. Yeah, things suddenly looking to go downhill for Sandra. Daria coming up with a safety shot. Nice double cover. And has to be careful if Sandra will go over the bottom short rail. Might be easier to make the hit on the 2-ball going 1 rail. If she goes 2 rails, she might hit the 4-ball first. So just expecting her to play the 1 rail. Oh, and she's caught the 6 first. Awkward. Chose not to do too much with the cue ball, but this 5-ball is definitely a tester on the cueing. Has to play this in the top corner and run the cue ball at least near the right center pocket to be close to straight on the 6 in the top left. Like I mentioned, it's tough on the cueing. Any side you put on the ball causes you to miss. So she's played it in the side pocket. And I really think that was a super difficult shot. Not just to pocket the ball from there, but she also was playing the cannon into the 7. So your mind is basically trying to find the right thickness on the ball to run into the 7, which, yeah, well, that causes you to miss the ball most of the times. And that could have been a good opportunity. Just surprised she could have really played it to the corner, just plays slightly bigger with the pocket speed. Important opportunity. This is doesn't want to fall behind, has to stay close to Daria. She landed perfect on the 9, so it's gonna be 6 each. Close all the way till the end. And our first known semi-finalist, Ina Kaplan, beats Wendy Jans 9-6. Bojana Sarac, most likely to be the second semi-finalist. She's up 8-4 over Anna Gradisnik. Tamara Rademakers against Lena Primus. Tamara now up 6-5, but is definitely following a similar scoreline as we have here. And well, let's scratch on the break. Not a great start to this 13th rack. Now the 8 ball might have gotten a little bit awkward there near the side pocket point. Let's see if she plays a stop shot here and take more cut on the 5, letting the cue ball run. Or if she's gonna draw all the way to the 5 ball just to get a little straighter. Did find the gap nicely. Could have maybe done with a slight nudge off the 8. Looked for a second like she might have been able to nudge the 8, but that would be a big risk too, so that makes no sense. But it, you know, sometimes if it unintentionally happens and you get the shape, well, you're definitely gonna like it. But she could play to the short side of the 8. The 8 is not frozen to the rail, so it makes it a lot easier. So the main thing is get straight enough on the 7 to be able to get to the short side of the 8. Well, she did not play for the 8 in the top corner, and that is a huge miss. I am not sure why she would play that to the side. That is just so sensitive and could have definitely played for the top corner. So just not sure. The corners, they just grab a lot more of the ball than the side pockets in this case. And just surprised overall. Cue ball here is going to be on the rail, so a little bit more dangerous 9 ball. And she's missed the 9, can you believe it? Oh, this... If they start to struggle pocketing this 9, we could be in for a very nervous battle. Because it's going to make both players very uncomfortable, very awkward. This is not a gimme either. I would say she's okay on the scratch, but might have to play low left just to make sure she doesn't scratch in the top left corner. She's missed it again. It's all tricky shots, all long stuff. So this long 9 ball, is she going aggressive on it or is she playing the overcut, just staying patient? She did go aggressive, she's missed it again. That's the 4th time now. The 9 ball didn't go in. And it's not like the shot is getting any easier. This cue ball is pretty close to the rail. Well, she does make that 9 ball. Very, very nervy 9 ball that was. She takes the lead, 7-6. The 9 ball being missed 4 times. Oh, nice break. She gonna get something on the 1? I think she has something on the 1. The thing is, maybe the shape on the 2 slightly tricky. The 7 ball potentially blocked by the 9. Or is she just playing a soft safety behind the 6? Yeah. Still, won't be too difficult to hit the 1 ball. Biggest question is how are you gonna get it safe? I mean, it would be nice to bring the cue ball maybe up to the 9. Well, could go aggressive on the bank. Could also be kicking. I think she might be kicking the 1 to the other side of the table. Biggest problem is most likely the 3 ball is not going to be in between. So as long as you don't get the full ball cover on these kind of shots, it's so easy to return them. The long rail to long rail save. 7 and the 9 could be in between. Oh. She chose to send the 1 ball back over and played it quite soft. Yeah, they're just not leaving. It's not like they're getting the easy, nice runouts too every time they kick at the ball, or like they just seem to not leave each other something nice to work with. Just makes the feeling for the players so scrappy, and then eventually they're gonna start missing balls, and of course that's not what we want. Everybody would want to see great play, great shots. Oh, potentially a great shot in the making here. Top left corner, jump shot. Any cover? No. Now the run out should be on, but does the 7 go by the 9? That's the biggest question in this case. Not that she couldn't play for the short side of the 7. But, I mean, obviously the odds of things going wrong get slightly higher. You're running the cue ball more. We are going to find out soon if that 7 ball goes by the 9. She's missed the 6 ball. Can you believe she's missed that? And based on the shape she's played, you would have to think the 7 goes by the 9. That would mean this is a huge opportunity for Daria to get on the hill first. As you can see, it does pass, but it's awful tight. It doesn't have the full corner. Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna see Daria Siranchuk on the hill first. Baumgartner in a slight bit of trouble. Never really expected her to miss that 6 ball. That was a very awkward miss. And that might really have cost her the set. Who knows what's gonna happen next. Sandra does have 2 breaks though, so we never know what happens on the break. If only she could make something on the break and get a little bit of a result, we could still be going to a hill-hill match. Well, did not get the hook. Hasn't really left something though. I mean, makes no sense to go aggressive on this one ball. No chance for shape on the 3 ball in the bottom left. Might be on the scratch, so side to side safety. That scratch was kind of huge though. I don't think she could have played behind the 8 there. So the distance got Sandra the opportunity. Just can't afford to make another mistake. Currently, Bojana Sarac into the semifinals, beating Anna Gradisnik. And Tamara Radomakers 7-6 up against Lena Primus. Tight matches, 7-6 there, 8-6 on this table. We might see 8-7. Just some traveling again from 6 to the 7. Nicely done. Slightly more cut on the 7. But even if she brings the cue ball out a diamond or 2 high, that's still gonna give her the cut on the 8 to get back down table from 8 to 9. Just gotta make sure to watch the speed of the cue ball though. Perfect. Yeah, so that scratch from Daria will give Sandra a nice confidence boost. Not if she makes a 9, but when she makes this 9. Nice clean run out. 8-7 now. One more break coming up for Sandra. Can we get this match hill? At least Daria has arrived at the mountain. Oh, slightly thin. You can see whenever you hit it that thin, the reaction on the balls is just so much different. Nothing moving and illegal break. Of course, one ball goes in. The one ball passes the head string, but not enough points. We need 3 points. So the 6 ball just slightly too short. Yeah, that was kind of a gift for safety. And the problem with the jump bank, or at least banking the one ball down table, is the fact that it will be so speedy. If it doesn't touch any balls down table, it's going to come up all the way back up table. And we're going to see the same safety shot as Daria played before, unless she's going aggressive, banking the ball and bringing the cue ball down table for the 2. Oh, it was even, the cut was on. Is she going to get on the 2? Is she going to get on the 2? Look at this for a shot. What a shot there. That was definitely the most difficult shot there was this rack. And if you look at it, if she can get from the 4 to the 5, if she can find that window again, this could be a chance to close out the match and get to the semi-final of the Predator Dutch Open. Could also run into the 5, potentially. Oh, chose to not take it on. In some way, I like the fact that she's not taking any risks. She has not done that very often in this match, but then still, in some way, I kind of felt like this was her moment to close out the match. You don't want to rely on your opponent. What if Sandra cuts this in, brings the cue ball 4 rails and runs out? Then you're going to be kicking yourself for not taking the chance. I mean, not saying she will cut it in and get shape. It's very difficult, but more saying it is possible. Or maybe she plays a good save, gets ball in hand, and then it's 8-8. Well, look at this. How's the pace? Wow, what a shot there. Just the cue ball running slightly far, but this is what I mean. For example, she could have been on the 6, and Daria would be devastated for not even trying the 5 ball. Or playing a better bump into it. There's always options. See, this is the difference. Sandra is probably like, listen, I did have the opportunity, and she felt like if I start to play safe now, you would never have had the opportunity afterwards, possibly. She played a beautiful cut, and now she's going for the 7 in the side, the low right spin. It's a difficult shot, but then again, she is going for this. It's so easy to play a bank with safety in mind, or play a safety, but play to win. Just slightly high again on the 8. She's not getting the easy shots. What is she gonna get on the 9? Does she get an easy one for once? Oh, slightly off angle. Tricky, knowing that if you don't make the 9, you could lose the match. If you make it, you bring this match to a hill thriller. And she does get the job done. Unbelievable. It's a hill thriller. Both have arrived at the mountain. Who will be climbing that mountain? Who gets his to the semi-final? In the meantime, Tamara Rademakers 8-7 up against Lena Primus. So we could be having 2 hill quarterfinal matches in a row or in the same round. And also, no, I was going to say they possibly play each other, but that's not true. The winner of this match plays Bojana Sarac in the semifinal. The winner of Tamara Rademakers and Lena Primus will be facing Ina Kaplan in the semifinal. Now, a dry break for Daria. But straight in on the 1. Impossible to get to the 2 ball from this position. Might have to pocket the 1 ball, bring the cue ball over to the corner, and then play safety on the 2. Yeah, gotta say, quite speechless. What a chance. Oh. I'm surprised. She did not play any spin on that. She could have definitely used some left spin, low left. Running towards the 3 ball off the first rail. Already facing a tough shot on the 3. I can imagine the nerves are very strong. And already had to do so much on the 3 ball just because of the positional mistake from the 2 to the 3. Oh, the nerves must be out of this place. I mean, it's just shocking how much they start to struggle now with the pressure. I mean, it's not easy by any means. I mean, they've been playing for, what is it, 2 hours now. So it all builds up to the end. You're getting lower in energy, but the nerves are getting more and more. Just like this one. Pure drama. Now then, it starts with a slight bit of cut, but if she gets straight-ish on the 5, could be to the top left, could be to the top right. I don't think I like it too much to the left center, just because you will have to hold the cue ball a bit on this forehand, makes the shot more difficult. She did play it soft. Does she get nicely on the 5? No, already off angle, but with low right spin, she could go 2 rails back to the 6. Does she manage to scrape through this match? Oh, slightly off angle on the 6, and she's now looking at nudging the 9, but the problem is with nudging the 9 is that the cue ball most likely is going forward too. So she might really not end up on the 7 ball. Oh, she played it very nicely. Pocketed the 6 thick. Good job there. She got me doubting it, but she played it really well. So now it's a little bit more distance. We'll also have to run the cue ball 2 rails, crossing the positional area. So the pace to get to the 9 is just as difficult as the execution of this shot. How does she get on the 9? Still quite the cut. I've seen easier shots going near the pocket, but not dropping. This is for a place in the semifinal. Yeah, she does make the 9, so it is Sandra Baumgartner who defeats Daria Siranchuk in a heel thriller, 9-8. She will be meeting Bojana Sarac in, I think, like 30 minutes or so. So thank you all for tuning in with me. What a match we just experienced. And like I mentioned, in 30 minutes we will start our semifinals, so we would love to welcome you back then. But for now, I'm gonna take a little break. See you in a bit.